Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing wonderfully well. We'll have a few things to discuss this morning. I'm just getting everything situated and open here. I'm pretty sure that was a little bit of news on Google. I haven't seen it come across the wire yet. I'm thinking it's something to do with higher CapEx spending, potentially, regarding their bond sales, but we'll see. Let me see if I can find something here. Unless someone has it, feel free to share it. But I'm pretty sure there's news on Google this morning that caused it to dump out there about a 1% or so. All right, so that's that. Let's see. 822, that's nothing. Lawmakers propose banning social media for those under 16. I don't think that was it. That came out at what, 822? I mean, maybe. That's when that started selling. Maybe. Members of the European Parliament are proposing a new EU-wide law to restrict social media, video sharing platforms, and AI companions for individuals under the age of 16, citing rising mental health risks and ban sites not complying with block rules. The members of European Union or Parliament Wednesday, their new proposal, however, will allow 13 to 16-year-olds access to these platforms with parental consent. Blah, 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 blah. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we will jump into things here, ladies and gents. Ladies and gents. Persona. All right, so we have the US dollar, guys, the Dixie, getting a nice pump here off of the lows. It was negative in the pre-market. It is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure on the back of buy side pressure on the back of initial job loss claims. Initial job loss claims coming in better than expected. 214K, I believe it was, versus 226. I just looked at it. Clearly my coffee hasn't kicked in. 216K versus 226 expectations. So it's coming in 10K better than what the market was forecasting. It did spike initially off of that 830 print. You can see the reversal here on 830. Interestingly enough, you would have expected, say, Bitcoin to also sell off, but Bitcoin off that 830 candle also got a little bit of a pump. Let's look at gold. Gold off that 830 print got a little bit of a sell side pressure candle. Let's look at crude oil. Crude oil today is slightly green. Crude is still very, very weak down here. I mean, obviously one would expect it to bounce, but it just cannot seem to firm up at all. Again, are you at a little bit of technical support? You are trading into some support here. One could argue it's the lower boundary flag pattern that you bounced off of yesterday, but I'm just not liking what I'm seeing in crude. In order for me to start liking what I'm seeing, I really want to see price action get above this EMA 113 on the hourly chart. So you can see how it's been a battleground, rejected over here, rejected over here, rejected over here. So that's kind of the level to beat in the short term. If you can get above that, then we can go back to $60. Um, but just struggling down here, crude oil. Just nasty, nasty, nasty. You do have crude oil inventories today, 10:30, so keep your eyes on that price action. Natural gas getting a little bit of a bounce today after it had a pretty sharp sell-off yesterday. It closed down 3.5%, but bouncing and pretty much recovering most of the losses from yesterday. Another commodity, guys, that we have to be careful of around that 10:30 time frame, as we do have inventory. So today's interesting because we have a little bit of a compression scenario in the market where you're getting a little bit more economic data across commodities and the general housing data because we have a shortened trading week. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving, markets will be closed, US markets will be closed, and then Friday, guys, we have a half day. It is a shortened trading week on tomorrow and a shortened trading day on Friday. Markets, US markets will be closing around 1 p.m. So just keep that in mind with short dated options. Things will lose value pretty quickly on the back of shortened trading days and the fact that we're closed tomorrow, okay? So just keep that in the back of your mind, especially if you're swinging Friday options. You know, if you're swinging anything short dated, just understand that there's a lot of risk, okay? All right. Okay, let's go through some movers here, guys. Shakers and movers. So really the only Google headline that I saw caused that to sell off was the fact that their EU's potentially trying to limit minors, 13 to 16-year-olds, from joining a little bit of a social media platform. So obviously Meta saw a little bit of a dip there. Snapchat really staying kind of in its same trading range. Today you do have Nvidia bouncing quite nicely. Look at NVDA, the king, back to 181. We look at the daily chart, and that sell-off from yesterday has pretty much been negated. And now look, you're putting in one nasty weekly reversal bottoming tail if it price action holds here, which is looking very, very likely. Amazon in the very short term looking very, very strong, putting in a pretty defined pivot low, bouncing hard. Microsoft, epic bounce today, up 1.82%. So it does look like Microsoft has put in a little bit of initial low candle. It's been pretty oversold down here, sub 500. You're bound to get some accumulation. I think Microsoft's probably going to bounce back to this 500 to 510 range. I think it's going to chop underneath its earnings low for the next couple weeks before it gives us a bigger definitive move. Apple Dapple is slightly green in the pre-market, up 0.22%. Again, it's on watch for a continuation and breakout. Is it a little extended up here? It is. You are trading into this beautiful parallel channel, so I don't know how much more upside is left. That being said, Apple did put in some nice consolidation here to move higher. So I think that the next target for Apple is probably getting to that earnings high spike. So we still have not retested that area. That's around that 285 zone where I think Apple can actually push to. Okay, guys? So Apple's still looking pretty decent on the technical long side. Let's look at Mr. Elon Musk and Tesla. Tesla this morning is bouncing up a few dollars. Tesla's going to have some near-term resistance at the top of this channel. You can see it got rejected here. I think Tesla's going to push into this gap fill. We came just shy of this gap fill off of this Thursday reversal candle. So I think that's the magnet target that Tesla's probably going to try to go for today, guys. So that would not be surprised. I would not be surprised to see Tesla try to fill this gap today, okay? All right, let's look at silver real quick. So silver continuing to break out, pushing to the upside. Silver's looking pretty decent here, like it wants to sweep these double top highs, guys. Not a bad chart at all. Gold continuing to try to test resistance here. This is quite a bit of resistance on gold. I think that maybe a couple more days of consolidation and then gold can maybe break out. I think it wants to build an intraday bull flag on the daily and 4-hour chart here. It's trying, but I would like to see it do a little bit more consolidation before it's ready to break out of this downsloping trend line. So it's also potential head and shoulders. I don't think that head and shoulders is going to trigger. You might get one more attempt at sweeping and stopping out the bulls by selling it off here. So you might get one more dip on gold to the slower boundary trend line, but gold's definitely looking pretty constructive from a technical side. All right. Okay, let's go through some of our big market movers this morning. There are a couple individual stocks moving. You had a little bit of earnings yesterday. I wasn't really too impressed with some of the earnings. There's a couple that we can discuss on the earnings front. So Zscaler. ZS, guys, reported earnings yesterday. Stock is gapping down. This one actually I was impressed with its earnings. I didn't dive too much into it, but just on a revenue growth basis and EPS, I was happy with its earnings, and it's now taken a nice dip. So I think that Zscaler might be one that we can buy today on a dip, and we could see a reversal back down. So let me just start fresh here. There's too much going on with my Zscaler chart. So I think the first clear support is obviously going to be this high pivot here. All right. Let's just see where we dip to in the pre-market. So yeah, you're bouncing right off of that pivot zone already. Let's see. Let's go to some of our moving averages here. So you've pierced the 200. You're back above it today. Let's go to the weekly chart. Yeah, I wouldn't mind this weekly 50 MA. That would be a nice area to, I think, trade it into. Sandwiched right in between these two zones. High volume green bar breakout candle there. That's a big area. We can retest, yeah, right in this green zone here. I like that. Z-scaler can come down. I would be a buyer and a trader. You're in December BFLY calls. Butterfly Networks 350. Yeah, strong pattern. I would just be cautious with the fact that you've completed this near-term inverse head and shoulders upside target, which brought us to a target of, call it, why is my chart so jumpy? You've completed the near-term target. That being said, still got momentum. It's getting a little bit stretched intraday. Still got daily and weekly chart momentum. It can go a little bit more. No real gaps to fill until you're up there. I would just be a bit careful with this one. You're in the Decembers. Interesting. Previous breakout bar. There's definitely a lot of resistance here. I would just be cautious. You got a couple high volume breakout bars from previous price, and you got that big waterfall sell off. So there could be quite a bit of selling that transpires here. So just be nimble with that position. Just be nimble. That's all I can say. You know, if you push higher, I think you'll probably get rejected around here, 369. That's where that waterfall sell-off started. No problem, no problem. I swung SMR calls, guys. $19 calls yesterday. That was a little bit of a member trade. It's pulling back slightly, but I swung those SMR on the back of uranium, pushing higher and higher. All right, let's keep going through some of these tickers here. So Wolf reported earnings. Stock is ripping. This looks like a short squeezer. I mean, closing at 297, gapping above all of your daily chart moving average. That thing's a monster today. You'll have a little bit of resistance. You can see up at, call it 370. So I don't know how much more we're going to be running, but this is a momentum squeezer, so it could absolutely run. There's a gap fill that I see right around in here. So perhaps I think that this is probably going to capture some momentum and short squeeze interest. I haven't looked at Wall Street Bets, but this might be a candidate on watch for a squeeze off of its earnings. So stock is absolutely ripping right now. Absolutely ripping. ADSK gapping up to the high side right now, retesting a previous little consolidation high pivot rejection zone, gapping above all the daily chart movement. Another strong reaction off of earnings. All right, let's look at W day, work day. This is another earnings report that I thought was fairly decent, guys. W day. Again, if it were to hit this triple bottom, I would consider taking on the long side. Not a bad area, in my opinion. But testing gapping down this morning, so it's a little bit weak on the session. You also got some price action in some of these brokerages this morning, guys. Hood is pushing higher, so the company shares are trading higher if the company announced it's introducing a futures and derivatives exchange and clearinghouse. The company announced it will acquire 90% of the MIAX derivatives exchange. So pushing to the upside, guys. Robinhood. It's also helping Webull bounce a little bit. Webull's up about 70% here, chopping around a little bit. So Webull's getting a nice gap up into the 20-day moving average. This stock could be making a pretty decent low down here. I don't want to get too excited, but there's potential signs that this might be a little bit of a near-term low. I would love to see if Webull in the next 2 days, guys, when we get this monthly candle close, if Webull can actually close inside of this green bar candle, that monthly candle, that would be one of the biggest monthly chart sweeps of a huge monthly candle that I've seen in a while. But I think that's where the bulls are going to try to press Webull to for a monthly close back inside. What was the low? 954. Let's actually just mark that in because that's pretty important. 954. That's where the bulls want to recapture and close the month for Webull. If they can close it there, it marks a pretty defined low in my opinion. 954 is very, very big. That monthly chart reversal. So we'll see if Webull can start to firm up here in the overall near term. All right, Oracle's catching a bit of a bounce. Dell catching a bounce. Bentley. What is under pressure? Nutanix, Zscaler, Workday, Deere reported earnings as well. Nothing runs like a deer. Deere reporting earnings, stock is gapping down. This is one that was actually on watch and for continuation breakout. So I think that Deere's probably going to get a buy program off of these areas. There's a lot of support down here, a lot of cluster moving averages, backtesting your breakout trend line, volume shelf. Let me just pull up the earnings real quick for Deere. I didn't really check it this morning. All right, so it beat. It was a big double beat for Deere. 9.8 billion revenue estimate coming in at 12.39 billion. Holy moly, 25% beat on the revenue. EPS 1.29% beat. Lots of choppy projections though. Oh, I think it's their next projections. That's what it is. So it's really Deere's next estimate, revenue estimate, that is causing it to fall. That makes sense. So I think it's weak forward guidance based off of what I'm looking at here for revenue. It's very weak forward guidance for its next print. So maybe we'll stay away from it, but they're still probably going to get a bounce here as long as the markets stay somewhat firm. That would not surprise me. All right, let's see what else we got. Top gainers. So we looked at Dell, Oracle. We looked at here Oracle. What a full round trip on Oracle, guys. Amazing. Amazing to see. Crazy. Taiwan Semi, Wayfair. Okay, nothing there. NASDAQ gainers. Urban Outfitters catching a bid. Good. Aero Environment. Micron. Semis are looking pretty decent today. Let's go top losers in the NASDAQ. Zscaler, Workday, Booking Holding, Ambarella down, AMBA. So that stock continues to see some distribution. NTNX seeing some distribution off of its earnings. Stock is gapping down. It's an overwhelming bearish gap down. And you can see that ever since it triggered this head and shoulders here, Nutanix, it's just been a one-way trip to the downside. Is it getting a little extended to the downside? It sure is, but you can see it still has a bit more. Call it 48 bucks, and then we'll hit a little bit of a low. Could you get a bounce here? You could. There's a major, major gap fill, guys. Whoops. It's the wrong tool. There is a major gap fill here on Nutanix that it's into. This was a previous earnings breakaway bullish gap, so big spot. You would favor it for a bit of a bounce, but nothing that I see really that gets me intriguing too much. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. 912. Unusual volume in the NYSE, Dell, that's okay. Curve line, that's okay. Bitcoin's trying to make a little bit of a move here intraday, guys. So I think crypto stocks could be on watch for a bit of a long today. BTC has put in a nice amount of consolidation. Risk to reward is still for the upside, guys. Looks like there's a head and shoulders here on the hourly chart. I think that's a bit of a failed pattern. You can see here that they did a little bit of a liquidity sweep just a couple hours ago on BTC. The BTC looks poised for an absolute ripper today. I think Bitcoin is going to rally hard into Thanksgiving and the weekend. Just my 2 cents. All right, most active stocks, NYSE, Novo Nordisk getting a nice bounce, SMR, Harmony, Archer, blah, 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 blah. Let's go most trades on the NYSE, Oklo, Joby, Oscar up a couple percentage points. So, I mean, you got some green shoots pretty much across the board. There's a few individual names that are kind of lagging the party. Google Meta lagging a touch. Google mainly lagging here. A little bit of weakness. LiDAR stocks are mixed. Retail stocks look to be getting some follow through today. SC, ACN. The usual suspects are strong names like Nvidia, Micron, Western Digital, AMD. Ethereum still negative. GDX is green. What else we got going on? Natural gas ripping and roaring. Let's see what else we got going on, then we'll look at some of the major indices. Let's look at the S&P 500, guys. So I'm going to flip to our regular trading session. Let's turn off all these moving averages just to clear up the charts, get a sense of where we're at. So it's been pretty amazing to be net long this market, guys. I really hope that people were buying the dip. Like, there were too many people getting bared up here too quickly, just the structure of the market. We weren't ready to break down. That being said, chasing up here is certainly getting a little bit risky. I think we do need a touch of consolidation, but we are still looking like we're going to press higher. That being said, resistance that we're trading into and likely going to get some sell side pressure off of today. This trend line I'm watching, going back to your June pivot, connecting through your October consolidation there, connecting through your massive wick and reversal back up, rejection, rejection. So that's the near term resistance that we're now trading into. So you can see here on the daily chart, we're literally going to be bubbling up into that today. Perhaps you want to sweep it a little bit more. 678, I think, is a big seller up there. You have this previous gap fill going back to October, wide range red bars. So I would just be cautious about trying to chase and slap, at least on the indices. I think there's still a lot of individual stocks that look a lot better than SPY right now. SPY might be quite choppy today. We got to look at the volume trends. If the volume is thinner and light, usually that indicates a little bit more resiliency and upside. If we can start to consolidate through this area, then everyone can see this downsloping trend line. That's your next big area. There is a chance that we can push up to there today. I wouldn't like to see it. Although I'm net long, I would like to see price action hold and consolidate here, build a bit of a flag intraday. That being said, this market is pure FOMO and momentum. And the amount of selling that occurred in this high volume bar could easily cause the market to squeeze and chase price action into this 680 downsloping trend line. So either way, it would not surprise me. I still think we're bullish. I'm not looking to chase SPY on the long side up here, considering I've pulled my S&P profits. But if the market charges higher, that'll be great for some of our other longs. We'll just manage the trade as is. If we were to push up here today, 680, I would short the heck out of SPY. I'm tempted to do a little bit of a fading trade today. I think that this gap up could be faded today. I want to see how the market opens this morning. And if we can push a little bit higher, I would consider definitely fading this market today off of this gap up. I don't think we're going to dip too crazy, but you know, a nice little fade back to gap, that would be a decent trade. So that's what I'm looking at primarily, but I would at least want it above 678 to fade the S&P 500. At least I would consider it intraday if it was above 678. If it's at 677, I don't want it. But 678 or higher, I would consider shorting the market getting into probably 675 puts. If you're very aggressive, you can take 674s, zeros. But put options on the indices if we're above 678. Let's look at the Russell now. IWM. IWM is not performing as well in the pre-market. It's actually lagging a touch. So the Russell was your strong index yesterday, up over 2.18%. You can see that huge rally. Again, the Russell now is trying to break out on the daily chart. Downsloping trend line, peekaboo breakout. Does it need some consolidation? It sure does. But does it have to sell off sharply? No, it doesn't. It can just form a tight range here. You can see how tight this previous consolidation range was over here. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Russell kind of chops now from where it is back to the gap up and down between 243.50 to call it 245.50. So I think there might be a $2 consolidation range here on the Russell. But slightly weak. Again, the only area I would fade the Russell, guys, is if we got to move above this pivot. So if we were to sweep this pivot today, I would, within like the first, say, 15 minutes or so, I would look for maybe a short. Maybe. Everything's a maybe here today. I still think there's quite a bit of longs on the table that look decent, but... Alright, let's look at the QQQ here. Qs are the strongest indice this morning, gapping up $4 or so. Again, it looks like the NASDAQ, guys, wants to target this high pivot. I don't think there's a short on the NASDAQ this morning. It's kind of playing catch up. But if you were to sweep this red bar within the first, say, 30 minutes of trading, then I think there might be a scalp short on the NASDAQ, okay? So if you sweep this red bar, call it 614.44, you also have a value area high here. That would be a quick scalp short, in and out, all right, in and out. Ultimately, you still have very strong bullish patterns unfolding in the S&P 500. So that being said, the market is holding bullish structure. You can see there's a very large inverse head and shoulders that's now triggered on the hourly SPY chart. And that gives you quite a bit of upside. That gives you upside to 700 and change, guys. All right, not today, but as long as we stay above this flat top neckline, which SPY is above right now, 700 SPY. Is SPY going to crash or new all-time highs? Very likely. Very likely. Codename crew. Very likely. SPY is holding very strong price action, guys. Very strong. I don't see it crashing. You know, a lot of people thought it was crashing here and it was done. Good night. And what were we doing? We were buying the dip. You know, you look at this long-term parallel channel. When you break out of a long-term parallel channel and you retest it for the first time, statistically very high probability that you bounce. And bouncing we are. Now, I mean, is there always a chance that SPY wants to create a lower high? Yeah, there sure is. You know, there's still a big head and shoulders on watch that if we were to break this neckline, you could still sell off. But we're far away from that now. We're closer to the all-time highs than the lows, and bulls are well in control, being the fact that we're now above all of your key daily moving averages, just like that. Closing above the 20-day moving average, that is just fully bullish right now. But I wouldn't be surprised for a little bit of a gap and crack this morning. So I wouldn't be surprised to see SPY come back down to the flat side. Not that much. It's not that extended intraday off this gap up. So I want to see how it settles in off of the open. All right, 7 minutes till the open. I'm on a 900 on one SPY trade yesterday. You made 900? Okay, nice. Nice job. Good stuff. Yeah, we did 3 for 3 yesterday too. We traded Nvidia at the lows off the gap down. We were in calls, 175 calls, made some money there. It was a good session for us too. And then we also took a little bit of a fade on Google off of the open. We caught that initial little dip off the open on Google. So right now, again, semiconductors are acting very well. So that allows a lot of strength in the market. You look at AMD, absolutely ripping. What's really interesting too, guys, is your SOXX, right? I think we got to look at this. We haven't really looked at this. So SOXX did have this head and shoulders, which triggered confirmed, and now you're back pretty much above this bigger neckline, and you still haven't retested this neckline. You can see this red line here. That is your mini head and shoulders, your original one that re-triggered. So you can see that a retest to the breakdown zone basically puts us somewhere around this area, call it 289.50-ish. So 289.50 on the SOX is your retest to the breakdown zone. So you can see that this market could push a little bit more today. We're trading at just shy of 287. So perhaps another 0.86% move to the upside. That would correlate with likely AMD filling its gap. That would likely correlate with Nvidia filling its gap. So again, I think QQQ is going to be strong, and Qs are certainly lagging still. Qs aren't even above its 20-day moving average yet, whereas SPY got that bullish close above its 20-day moving average. So perhaps the only short on SPY is if we retest this channel. We'll see though. But QQQ is leading the charge to the upside today. There's definitely a trade on watch where it looks like semiconductors are a bit of a long and Google's a bit of a short today. So it looks like people are fading this price action in Google. And Google's very extended in the short term, guys. You know, surpassing Microsoft as the third world largest company. It's never done that before. So that's certainly something that is a very big milestone for Google. But things you have to realize they happen in strides. And when a stock moves up too quickly, which Google has, don't get me wrong, its Gemini and its notebook LLM is ridiculously powerful. But Google should come in a little bit, take a bit of a breather. Look at the volume up here. Intense amount of volume. Definitely not all buy side pressure. When you get that type of volume, there's definitely big players selling into the strength. All right. Okay, let's go split screen here, guys. We'll settle in for the trading session here. We will keep SPY 10-minute chart up here on the right. I'm just going to turn off some of these other moving averages that we don't really need. Let's put on our volume. You can see there's a 10-minute SPY channel, which puts SPY all the way up to that 680 zone. And we'll keep this daily chart on watch here. I'm just going to fill up my coffee mug and we will be back. All right, so we got 2 minutes here till the open, so let's get ready to rumble again. I'm not chasing the gap up, although there could be a bit more upside based off of the NASDAQ squeezing higher. If you're looking to trade, I think the upside is in the NASDAQ, but I'll look to fade SPY if it hits a key level here. All right, we got full coffee mug. We're ready to go. Dollar softening too, guys. BTC still remaining firm. We are open, guys. Market's gapping up. Google catching a buy program. Bitcoin still trying to trend here, guys. Webull up 6.2. Mara, XYZ, SMR, all green. Meta, green. Google still slightly negative, guys. So there could be a little bit of selling in your communication. That gas still green. Bitcoin trying to go green. Look at nuclear stocks, guys. SMR is starting to rip. We swung calls yesterday. Our $19 calls are nicely in the money here, guys. Beautiful to see. There was that arbitrage opportunity that we discussed in uranium. Oklo's probably going to absolutely rip today. Yeah, look at Oklo starting to get going, but SMR absolutely squeezing today. All right, SPY is into a little bit of a near-term resistance zone here. That was an upside TP that we had measured out from yesterday. So there is some resistance here. We'll see if it gets any sort of selling. Wow, SMR got a fat rejection off that 19 area. Spread on SMR is crazy wide. Bitcoin trying to make a move. Google still trying to make a move. S&P still holding structure. IWM has gone negative, ladies and gents. Nvidia's squeezing. Tesla's green. Google trying to rip back to the upside. Uranium softening a touch. S&P still holding very strong up here, but definitely slightly extended intraday. Look at that RSI bubbling up on the 10-minute chart to 77.7. Let's look at our hourly chart. Hourly chart still has a little bit more room to run, but also getting fairly extended here, guys, intraday. Fairly extended intraday. Markets are still okay though, but usually off of a gap up, you see at least some sort of profit taking into the session. Your dollar is getting faded though. Google's had a huge move back to the upside. Very strong price action in Google today. Wow. Markets are still trending here, acting well. Cypher's green, Webull, Datavolt down another 3%, CETY holding strength. Bitcoin still looking pretty decent. BTC looks like it wants to go green here. Still a battleground right now. A little bit of selling on SPY's 1-minute chart. Google getting slightly rejected. Neckline. So Google has a head and shoulders, guys. That's looking a little bit bearish. Intraday. Take a look at this head and shoulders on Google, guys. Google 10-minute chart. This head and shoulders that's trying to trigger takes us down to 310 and change. We'll see if that wants to trigger though. Still a little bit of a ways away, but it could. Your VIX is still getting compressed. Bitcoin trying to hold its opening range high. Bitcoin is technically at a buyable retest, so keep your eye on Mara, which is slightly negative. Bitfarms, they could squeeze into the afternoon session here. Webull sub 5.4. You got Nvidia up 2.5. Apple up 0.58. Google up. Sorry, Google down 0.5%. Meta slightly green. Tesla up 0.5%. Amazon slightly green. QQQ still leading the charge to the upside. SPY in second place and IWM lagging a little bit this morning. Here comes Google. Google coming in a little bit more. Uh-oh. Googly moogly. Natural gas stocks are bouncing quite nicely. Rocket Lab's up 1%. What else we got going on? Rare earth metals are seeing a little bit of liquidity today. Micron, Western Digital still strong. Alibaba ridiculously strong today. S&P still trying to trend higher here, guys. We're above that 678 fade target. I like it because we're above this little bit of a previous high pivot sell-off zone. So there is a bit of a short scalp opportunity right now, but this market's still strong. My oh my. A little bit nervous to fade it here into Thanksgiving, but this is the fade area above 678. You can use kind of this 1-minute high pivot as your stop. That is the fading area for SPY, guys. Dust still tanking, yep. Yeah, gold is strong, up 0.5%, say, so that's gonna add some extra fuel to the GDX fire. So I wouldn't look to short it yet, although GDX is getting a little bit extended. I mean, dust looks like it wants to at least fill this gap now. This is a bit of a bear flag H pattern that's starting to trigger today, so I'd be very, very careful if you're trying to fade GDX. I mean, gold, there's a little bit of resistance here on gold, don't get me wrong. But it's tough to short GDX. You know, you got all of the input costs for crude oil are low, 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 so that helps the gold miners' profit margins. So just keep that in mind. Right now, GDX has still a very strong price in gold. Even if gold were to dip 2 or 3%, with the input costs of crude oil being so low for the miners, that is still a major, major tailwind. If you start to see crude oil rip back to the high side, you know, then that could put a little bit more pressure on the miners. But right now, miners are still a tough short. Miners are a tough, tough short. All right, Bitcoin pushing, SPY coming in a little bit. So that proved to be that little bit of a short area that we discussed, guys. 678, it's starting to come in a little bit. You can see on the daily chart of SPY, whoops. The daily chart of SPY here, right back into this previous daily high pivot candle where You saw some selling and then a big gap up. So it's a big zone for your SPY. Now, I don't know how much we're going to sell off. Get me wrong. I mean, we could gap and crack and fill the downside gap. That would actually be very, very healthy, but still a strong tape, guys. So if you're shorting today, I think it's nimble, quick in and out scalps. You can see Google is really dampening the S&P and NASDAQ party. So that head and shoulders on Google, guys, is starting to play out. But then simultaneously, you still have NVIDIA acting very, very well. AMD still, I think, could fill its gap. NVIDIA basically filled its upside gap today. Yes, it did. Let's look at that SOXX. So yeah, your SOXX is still looking like it could push higher, guys. So just be careful. These QQQ markets, although they're coming in slightly, I still think could go a little bit higher. You're getting initial sell side pressure off of that 20-day moving average for the Qs, but I suspect the Qs want to try to sweep this high pivot, guys. That's what I'm thinking on the Qs. So Qs are still very, very strong in the overall near term. Still quite a bit of green on the screen. Not all stocks are coming in with that sell-off. Markets are still holding very strong structure. Could easily push right back to the highs now. What else we got going on? How is Zscaler? Is that into a level yet? So Zscaler is getting interesting, guys. Ticker ZS getting very interesting on a technical long standpoint, gapping down on earnings. It's very tempting down here, but I think at least let it sweep this pivot. I like it into that 254. It has a strong chance of getting there. Has a strong chance of getting down to that 254 area. We'll watch that considerably. Let's look at Dell. Dell this morning coming in off of its earnings, getting sold into. Let's look at HPQ. How's ticker Wolf doing? WOOF, that's also getting sold into. This is now coming into an aggressive buy zone, daily chart retest of your EMA. It's a previous breakout zone. So if price action is to be defended here, which is a strong chance, this is kind of where you would look to enter on the long side. Just keep stops tight on ticker Wolf if you're going to try to trade that long. But right into that 331 area is definitely an interesting area. Wolf could easily go right back to a new high of day. That would not surprise me. All right, let's keep this QQQ market on watch because they are leading the charge to the upside. So we got the SPY 1 minute chart up on watch. Very micro time frame. And we got the QQQ daily. I want to see QQQ, how it holds this daily chart 20 moving average here in blue. 611.82. So it is being defended as we speak. Bitcoin, guys, making a strong move to the upside right now. BTC is flying to the upside. You're going to get some positive flow. Look at Mara. Look at Bitfarms. They are screaming higher here. Bitcoin adding extra confidence into the market right now. Uranium stocks, nuclear stocks are ripping back to the high side yet again. Push it. Push it. Push it. But BTC is flying. Google's still weak on the session, testing 320, coming in slightly. Nothing wrong with that, though. You want to see Google chop around a bit. It's gone a little bit too far too quickly. BTC making a move. Google selling, Meta still selling. Strong session for Tempest AI, guys. TEM breaking out to the high side. We are long and strong off that 64.87 area. Our $80 calls are ripping. We have common shares. We're already up double digits, 22%. And Tempest is flying to the high side right now. Beautiful price action in TEM, guys. Beautiful. I like to see that. Our calls are absolutely flying. I love it. We got nothing but time on that trade too. That is just a full bull beast. Our April $80 calls are almost in the money. We still have so many months left on the time frame for Tempest. That's crazy. Beautiful price action, guys. That is stunning. We got commons and we got $80 calls. So that's a very nice stock. I think that stock has a lot of potential behind it over the coming years. Not just a swing trade, but I think it's a very solid one to have in your port. That dip that it gave over the last couple weeks, pretty solid dip. Lots of green still on the screen, guys. Markets are trending. SPY still holding very strong structure up here. No short yet. I think that this market can now squeeze a little bit higher. That initial little dip there was your trade short setup. I think the next shortable level on SPY is really a move into the 679.30 area. That would be kind of your next little zone if you're aggressive and wanting to fade it. But tough market to still short right now. We do have a little bit of data coming out at 10 a.m. So maybe that is the better time to try to fade it off of an impulse candle pop. I think that if the new home sales and the 10 a.m. data gives SPY a quick impulse spike, that would be a shortable spike. So just wait for 10 a.m. Does look like they're going to keep this market pretty firm, I think, into that 10 a.m. data set. Could be wrong, but market's still holding very strong structure up here for SPY. You can see QQQ just sitting right along that 20-day moving average, acting A-OK for the time being. Meta is starting to come in a little bit, but still holding right off of that prior day high. Google's kind of settled around down 0.91%, holding that 320.50 zone. Still a lot of green on the screen, guys. Let's look at the sectors here. All sectors of the S&P 500 are green, with your XLK up 1%, leading the charge to the upside. Tech is still the backbone of the market. When you have XLK leading all the other sectors, it generally means a strong session. Look at that S&P pump, guys. Look at that move, ripping. Your second strongest sector today is retail. It's not an S&P 500 sector, but retail is still a strong sector today. Then you've got utilities outperforming this morning. Lots of green on the screen, guys. Very strong tape so far. Very strong. We are still pushing. Really, the S&P only becomes a short, guys, until QQQ sweeps this high pivot. So into the 614, 40 area or a pierce of 614, that's when your SPY, I think, becomes a bit of a shortable zone, scalp short. You do have the dollar falling yet again, guys. The Dixie intraday is seeing some softening in price. So Dixie intraday is looking pretty bearish. Looks like a failed breakout here on Dixie 10-minute chart. That supports some higher price for the overall market. That supports higher price in Bitcoin. That supports higher price in gold. So keep your eye on that US dollar because it is getting faded slightly here intraday. Market is still acting well. Now you have Meta trying to bounce, Google trying to bounce. That could add additional fuel to the fire for your NASDAQ and SPY. SPY's kind of closing the gap on the QQQ, but I think if Meta and Google bounce here, the Qs are just going to take off. Again, I'm still waiting for Qs to sweep this high pivot, guys. That high pivot is sitting at 614.03. We need to see the Qs above 614 in order for any sort of a high risk to reward short setup be valid on the SPY chart. So you want to be patient. If you're looking to short, you want to be patient. 614 above the Qs is your first area to kind of take a stab at it. SPY still. I'm not looking to chase it long either. We've been long. I got a lot of long stocks in my portfolio. I'm still net long, but I'm not looking to trade the indice until we get the Qs into its area. So we're just going to be patient with this trade setup, guys. Patience is often rewarded in this market. Meta's still negative, Google's still negative, Eli Lilly's still negative. Financials are doing well, Netflix doing well, Nvidia up 1.62. That's faded from its highs, guys. So if Nvidia retests its highs, that'll also push the markets even higher. You got Microsoft still up 1.56, Amazon up 0.3. IWM is starting to catch some liquidity as well. Interesting. Bitfarms up 3%. Webull up 6.6. Webull finally trying to put in a bit of a low, potentially. MSTR is up 1%. Mara up 0.8%. Uranium's trying to squeeze a little bit higher. BTC has gone green, guys. Bitcoin going green on the session. Bitcoin could easily have a quick $1,000 move to 88K, which is your prior day high. Pre-market high is at 87.9. So Bitcoin looking pretty constructive. Again, your NASDAQ still needs to get to that 614 area, guys. I wouldn't really do anything on the short side until you're at least above this red bar. SPY is still trending. You can even see this parallel channel on SPY, right? This is a beautiful 10-minute parallel channel, pivot low to pivot low, pivot highs, and that puts SPY, I mean, it's a rising target, so the longer it takes to get there, the higher SPY can go, and then everyone can see this massive gap fill on SPY. Let me go to my hourly chart here on SPY, and we'll put that gap fill, we'll mark it there, because maybe they want to push the market to the gap. I mean, that's also a major magnet target, guys, for the markets. That gap fill up there, that's around 683 and change. It could easily happen. It could easily happen. Dust is tanking. Yep, dust is still tanking. VIX is getting compressed, guys. So we are also short the VIX via SVIX. We are long SVIX, and that is breaking out to a new high of day. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. You can see the SVIX has some near-term resistance. Actually, we'll use this recent pivot here. So you can see the SVIX still has room to run. That's why this market is strong, strong, strong. Strong. My oh my, it's strong. Crazy, eh? Look at this trending session in the market, guys. Q's still not above that 614 area. Happy Thanksgiving. Hey, Ram, how you doing? Volume seems pretty thin today, guys. Pretty light, I think, the volume trends. Market is still in full bull. Look at the QQQ going for that 614 area that we've been discussing, guys. We've been discussing 614. A little bit of selling here on SPY coming in. Quite a decent amount of selling on the 1-minute chart there. Morning dash. Short QQ at 614 or calls? No, if you get above 614, you want to fade the Qs. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not looking to fade the Qs. I'm looking at fading SPY above 614, but I'm waiting for Qs to hit that target. But damn, look at that nice sell-off. That was a good rejection there. Probably a little bit of de-risking ahead of that 10 a.m. data. I still think the market's okay, but nasty little sell-off there on the 10-minute chart. Nasty. We could still float back to the highs though. I'm still waiting for 614. So this sell-off now, SPY 10-minute, basically we might, if we push back to the highs and sweep the high again, then we might have an intraday negative divergence. That would be another little technical factor to short off of, but good pullback there. Decent pullback in the market. But I'm still waiting for 614 on Qs to fade SPY. Came very, very close. I mean, you look at that high pivot there. You can see that that high of that candle was what, 613.89. So it came within 11 cents of 614. So you can see that there's definitely some funds a little bit nervous around that 614 area. All right, still taking your S&P 500 a little bit lower here. Meta breaking under prior day high. Bit of sell side profit taking in the market. Market's coming in quite a bit here. Can see the SPX coming in. Let's look at that SPY daily chart. Definitely some resistance on the daily chart. Never officially hit my level, but QQQ still holding above its 20-day. Let's look at the IWM. IWM into a little bit of a double top resistance pivot there, so that's why that's also coming in. We'll keep that NASDAQ on watch. SPY still seeing a little bit of distribution. Nuclear stocks are going through a bit of sell side pressure. Google's trying to push up. Meta's trying to be defended. We got 10 a.m. data, guys, coming up in a few minutes. Dollar's still getting faded. Bitcoin getting rejected. Google Meta negative. Lilly negative. Tesla's coming in a little bit sharper now. So we are getting some sell side. They could be trying to do the good old fashioned gap and crack. Yeah, mirror coming in toilet. You got housing data and Chicago PMI. You got new home sales, building permits, and Chicago PMI. 3 data sets. And then you got some retail inventories, wholesale inventories, but nothing really too crazy. Your big thing is your new home sales and your Chicago PMI. Those are your big things. They're influential to the dollar. I always put the economic data at the top of the screen too, guys. If you ever. Look at that S&P gapping and cracking. Pretty hard sell. Pretty hard sell there. That's a little nasty. Still making some higher lows, but if you lose this little bit of a pivot here on a closing basis, that'll be your first lower low intraday. All right, so a loss of this pivot is your first lower low intraday. We'll see what happens here. QQQ bouncing again off that daily chart level. So still trying to hold steady. A little bit of red on the screen, all right? You've got some stocks that are turning here. Still have semiconductors fairly strong, but likes of Nvidia have pulled back quite a bit, giving up the majority of its gains on the session. You got Apple almost going negative. Tesla's now gone negative. Bitcoin back to the negative side. Dollar's still negative. So a little bit of selling off of that gap up, and almost we almost shorted that area. I was 11 cents too late. Damn. That's okay. There'll be another trade around the corner. All right, so 3 data sets inbound in a minute and a half, guys. See, now the risk to reward here is not the greatest because they could easily pop us, do an algorithmic pop off of the data, but they could also drop it pretty sharply. So they are selling us here. We'll see if they want to give us a lower low. Still trying to defend that lower low on the wick. No closing lower low just yet, but it's looking a little bit dicier. Looking a little bit dicier. There's a 1 minute breakdown, lower low intraday. The trend is slowly turning bearish intraday. Look at that SPY gap and crack, guys. Nastiness. Filthy. All right, building permits for September, expectation 1.34 million. Chicago PMI for November, expectation 44.3. New home sales for September, expectation 710K. Let's see what we get here. Quantum stocks turning red, Rocket Labs turning red. Crypto stocks getting sold into with the Bitcoin decline, nuclear uranium under some pressure, Google selling off a little bit more, Apple's now gone red. So now you have Apple, Google, Meta, Tesla all red on this session. 10 a.m. data, what do we got? No real movement in yields, no real movement in the dollar just yet. A little bit of a buying program trying to come into SPY. Good old-fashioned gap and crack. So it seems. But they could easily prop the markets back up, guys. This is what you want to see. If you're bullish and you want the overall trend to continue, this is actually healthy. Pullback is healthy after a day like we had yesterday and the last 3 sessions. This pullback is very, very healthy in the markets. Venkat booked some profits. Nice job. Google down 1.1% now. Tesla Meta still falling. Dixie's getting faded here. Yields are still strong. Why haven't they released the data yet? They haven't populated the data yet for me. Nice little reversal back up here on your SPY. So your dollar's still falling here, guys. DXY coming in. Dollar's coming back down to its pre-market low. That helps the indices, but Google's selling pretty hard here. Apple negative, Amazon negative. So now you only have Nvidia and Microsoft standing firm in the queues. Netflix is still green. Financials are still steady. Markets could easily float back to the highs after this little pullback. We could now chop around here. QQQ looks like they're going to try to defend that 20-day on the Qs. Your dollar's still falling pretty sharply here, guys. Alright, now that begs the question, are we forming another inverse head and shoulders on SPY? Are we going to push up, sell off a little bit, create a right shoulder? Let's see. Let's see what happens here on SPY, right? Because this is a nice left shoulder. This is a pretty decent V-shaped potential head that's forming. We would allow us to push up, pull back a little bit, create a right shoulder, and then we can chop a little bit and then maybe break out a little bit later on some of that lighter volume lunchtime. So there's potentially a bullish formation trying to build here on your intraday SPY chart. We'll see what happens here. Let's see what type of pattern we get. You see a normal head and shoulders? On what time frame? I don't see a head and shoulders. What time frame you looking at? Yeah, it's forming, but it hasn't triggered. It could easily fail. I'm just trying to forward look here. All right, that's what we do as a trader. Yeah, we need to go up and down a little bit. That's right. You know, after you try to look to what the pattern is going to try to be. That way you can position yourself ahead of it. Again, it's tough. I mean, it could easily fail here. It could easily come down to the lows and give us a deeper head. You know, but we'll see. We will see. The what I see actually happening, guys, is also I see the bullish formation. You look at the dollar. The dollar's just imploding here. Dollar's absolutely imploding. But again, notoriously off of a gap and crack, a gap up SPY usually gets some sell side pressure, right? They don't say gap and crack on Wall Street for nothing. Statistically, once markets gap up after a big rally, strong chance of a move back down, which that would have been a nice trade. If anyone hit that, that would have been a really solid short. We'll see what happens. You're still stretched from that 1 minute EMA, guys. So this orange moving average, still pretty stretched from this 1 minute EMA. So I mean, they could easily come and take us down for a new low and then push us. So we'll see though. You want to look at Lily? Let's look at Lily for RAM. Jazz. Yeah, Lily's just a beast, guys. I mean, still strong. Is it extended? Sure it is, but could it go higher? Absolutely. It could still go higher. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks of upside. It's definitely extended, but it hasn't really given me any sort of a big divergence on the daily just yet. And when you look at healthcare, right? Healthcare is your strong sector. Healthcare still has room to 165 XLV. You know, healthcare is your strong sector. I mean, you look at this weekly inverse that triggered. Healthcare for Lilly, you might only get a short on Lilly once XLV sweeps this high pivot. It's all-time high pivot, which still puts Lilly a little bit higher here. So I think that if you're looking to short Lilly, you got to wait for at least a double top sweep on healthcare XLV, which puts XLV up another, call it 0.6, 0.7%, another dollar move on XLV. So I wouldn't look to fade XLV. I've been watching this double top high pivot. You know, we do our weekly sector review every single week, and we watch all sectors, and healthcare's been a top trader. That's why we're in Merck calls. Merck has been one that's blasted out to the high side. We took profits on that. So it's been a really good trade for us. But I wouldn't really get short Lilly just yet. You need that weekly double top on the healthcare sector. Lilly's a big component for XLV. So until you hit that double top, then the risk to reward is a little bit better. Am I in puts for Google a few weeks out? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. All right. Okay, so, and Google's coming in a little bit. QQQ, still trying to hold, but it's underneath its 20-day. You can see SPY's trying to get back above here. So this could be the head, guys. This could be the head formation. So what I could see is a move kind of back up to this, to match the symmetrical move. You would kind of pierce this 678.75 zone. Then you pull back slightly to create a right shoulder. I don't know what you entered at, Ram, so I don't know how much you're up or down. All I can say is that Lily hasn't given me the short just yet. Healthcare is still ridiculously strong. So, I don't know. It's tough to give my opinion on the trade. What do you, 1,040? Puts December 26th, so a month. Yeah, that's a tough short. That's a tough short. 1,040, you need Lily to fall, call it 6%. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. I don't think that trade's going to work out. You know, I know it's tempting up here, but XLV just hasn't given me that signal yet. Healthcare is just too strong still. And it wants a new all-time high. Healthcare is probably going to um, make a new all-time high by year end, before year end. All right, so let's see if we get a minor pullback at some point, maybe a touch higher, and then create that right shoulder formation on SPY. Let's see what happens here. Google's still pretty weak. Bitcoin trying to firm up. Dollar's still coming in. Dollar's at its pre-market low levels, guys. DXY, pre-market low. Looking pretty fragile. We're going to create that right shoulder formation. So starting to build out now. Now you have a little bit of a neckline to trade against here, guys. If we were to break out here of this neckline, this 1 minute formation, we got to move to about 680, 59-ish. So we're starting to create that right shoulder. Google's still coming in. Natural gas stocks holding some resiliency and strength. All right, this is where you want to see the S&P bounce here. There's a little bit of a gap fill on your 1 minute chart around 677.38. So there's a little bit of a micro gap here. But so far we're trying to form that right shoulder. Trying. Google's still coming in. So was I bullish going into Thanksgiving? Yeah, I was very bullish. Anyone in my investing in options alert service knows we were bullish. We were long. We covered majority of our shorts down here. We rode 665 SPY calls, and we have a whole bunch of longs on the table. What did we take off yesterday? Yesterday we closed. Let me just go to my thing. We closed our SYM. We were long Symbotic. We closed that for 28%. Look at that move, still pushing to the high side, up another 9% today. Crazy, crazy. We've closed DataVolt off of this pop at the highs. We sold for 82% on DataVolt. We sold our SPY calls for 57% gain. We sold our HLF Herbalife calls for 151% gain. And I still have a whole bunch of trades on the table. I'm still writing Tempest AI $80 calls, and I'm long commons off the 64.87 area down here. I still like Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs is still pretty depressed down here. I still think the markets are Probably going to move to the upside. Google, new low of day. Dollar, new low of day. Natural gas, oil still pushing. I still think Bitcoin can go back to the positive side. That dollar is so weak. I'm surprised that BTC hasn't really firmed up at all. Approaching 1013. Markets are still trying to carve out a bit of a right shoulder formation here, guys. Again, I think their better risk to reward is buying this little bit of a micro gap on SPY. So you can see that 1 minute gap up. But SPY's trying to form a bit of structure here to push. So again, if it rips out of this area, we got a 680 push on SPY, guys. Pretty big move that could happen. Still got a lot of green on the screen. Still got majority of buy side strength in your sectors. Your dollar just made new low. Your dollar is completely imploding here and losing that pop. So the dollar popped pretty hard off the 830 data, the initial job loss claims. You can see this 830 candle. Boom, massive pop off of economic data, better than expected jobs print. And it's given out that whole move, which is pretty crazy. So again, SPY is into a buyable level here. Keep your stops tight. But this little bit of a gap fill zone is not a bad risk to reward area for your market if you're trying to trade on the long side. Google's trying to bounce off of its prior day lowish area holding, but it head and shoulders has trigger on Google. Dollar's still weak. VIX is still down 2%, guys. Uranium still trying to make a push. XYZ, guys, that's another trade that we've been bullish on. We're riding the $65 calls. They are already in the money. But I'm looking for more XYZs trying to trigger a bit of a breakout. All right, this is your SPY long right here, guys. Filling that 1 minute gap. I would keep stops kind of at this impulse candle here. You know, if you close on, say, a 1 or 2 minute basis below this 1 minute candle, then you're stop out. But look at how we reacted off that gap fill already. Nice little zone to buy into that zone. So yeah, the markets now look ready. I think we could push here. If that holds, that's a strong right shoulder, guys. Pretty much identical spot to this lower right shoulder. Yeah, we're probably going to break out here. That would not surprise me. Your dollar's trying to bounce a little bit, but if SPY drops, BTC drops. Well, they typically are correlated with the NASDAQ, but that correlation has broken recently, diverged a little bit. I still think BTC has to. No, it doesn't really rely on SPY. More NASDAQ correlation, but like I said, that correlation has broken over the last several weeks. And BTC, I think, still could have a big multi-month push. Like I could see BTC rallying, 20% in the next, well, not probably like 10 to 15% in the next 2 months, maybe 20%. But BTC should have a multi-week, couple month rally. All right, so inverse head and shoulders. Let's see if we get that breakout on SPY. How you would trade this, guys, is if you haven't positioned yourself long, you wait for the breakout. Don't buy the breakout. Wait for that initial pullback off the breakout and then get long. So if you get that peekaboo breakout, wait for them to sell into the breakout buyers. Buy that first pullback if you're wanting to trade SPY long. 680, 63 is your upside target. But if you're conservative, you take 679 calls. If you're aggressive, you can take the 680s. If you're super aggressive, you can take 681s. But here goes SPY trying to do a little bit of a peekaboo breakout. Yeah, TradingView Black Friday deal is going on. It's stellar price, guys. I mean, if you look at the Black Friday deals that TradingView has going on, it's never a better time to buy than literally today or the next couple days I think it's on for. So TradingView has amazing discounts. There's no better time to try to either upgrade or pay for a full year in advance than these next couple days. You're absolutely right, Ram. Only 2 days left. Thank you. So if you're wanting to upgrade your membership or pay for a full year, it's the best pricing. They don't give better deals than literally these next couple days. All right, there's the little bit of a peekaboo breakout, guys. Right shoulder, inverse head and shoulder being observed on your SPY. This is your breakout back test you could buy. Again, your stop loss on this trade would kind of be a close below this green bar candle. That would be a risk, I think, on the trade. So that's your back test. That was the breakout. They sold into the breakout. I still think we can push. Volume's pretty thin today, guys. So it does support higher price. Google's still selling. Interesting price. Here comes the push, guys. Here comes the breakout. Come on. Push it. Push it up. They're giving people some entries here. Should go to Newland. I see that happening. Guys, so we have crude oil inventories coming out here in what, 8 minutes? And then you also have natural gas inventories. 8 minutes. Google's still coming in. S&P selling off a little bit. Meta's still trying to hold some value. IWM is still strong, guys. The Russell is acting very well today. Russell is still trending to the upside right now. Pretty big right shoulder forming on SPY. If it can break here, we're gonna squeeze, 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 squeeze. Google new low of day, breaching prior day low. Google kind of putting a dampen on the party right now. Dollar's catching a little bit of a pop here, guys. DXY. Seeing some buy side strength, a little bit of a bounce. Bitcoin looking a little bit more vulnerable now. Google still selling off pretty sharply. Testing 316.88. SPY looking a little bit vulnerable. Back testing this previous little gap fill. Losing a little bit of structure here. Could be a little bit of a failed breakout. Little 1 minute potential head and shoulders. It's on the precipice. Still a bit of a battleground here. Still give the bulls the benefit of the doubt. But SPY needs to make its decision here. Big area. Big, big zone for your S&P. If you keep getting rejected here, it's not a good sign. Yeah, BTC waiting on SPY. Could be. I still think SPY has a strong chance of pushing higher here. We keep holding this little bit of a micro gap fill. We've defended it now twice, so. But hard selling. You got Tesla still negative, Meta, Google still negative. Google down 1.89. Nvidia only up 1%. Amazon just slightly green. Your SPY is now your stronger indice, guys. SPY is taking leadership over the Qs. Interesting. Very interesting. Big punch here on SPY. So maybe a little bit of liquidity grab there. Looks like that 1 minute head and shoulders is failing. What you need to see is a 1 minute close above this high pivot here. That would signal a bit of a higher high. All right, so this is a big important pivot to 678.24. If you get a closing candle above that high, you should see some more bullish flow and buy side pressure come in. Look at the strength. Did we get a higher candle close? Yep, you got a higher 1 minute close there, guys. So that is a higher high in the trend. Very strong chance we keep trending now. Very strong chance. Google bouncing sharply. Inverse head and shoulders still alive and strong, but the target has changed. So the breakout is occurring down here. The target now takes us to about 679.95. So 680 is your target on SPY. That would be a sweep of that high. So still seeing a breakout. Google trying to bounce a touch. Lululemon up 3% today, guys. Constellation Brands ripping. Micron still strong. Boeing seeing some strength today. Webull still up about 5%, but pulling back from the highs. Just a little bit. Bitcoin making a move here. BTC acting very well. Russell taking a little bit of a breather. SPY and Qs are neck and neck in terms of price performance. Quantum stocks are down. Bitcoin back above its opening range high, so looking a little bit more constructive. It's trying to be defended. BTC pushing. QQQ back to leadership, guys, intraday. Microsoft pushing. NVIDIA trying to push. Google trying to bounce. Meta trying to go back to the green side. Tesla's basically back to the green side. I'd be careful if you're short the market. I still think we're going to push here. A little bit of a trending, trying to build in some liquidity. Come on, S&P, push it to the limit. Can we get it? Get it. See, the Qs are trying to hold above that 20-day moving average yet again. Let's look at the SPX. SPX still looks like it wants to trend for that downsloping trend line, guys. So I think that that's where that correlated target comes in. So that's definitely a better shortable area on your S&P 500 is right into that downsloping trend line. I'm personally just being patient with it. Let's look at your QQQ, NDX. NDX is still slightly below its 20-day. Let's look at SPY daily chart here. Definitely some resistance, but again, SPY still think wants to push a little bit more. And I still think that 614 target needs to come into play. I'm just trading what's in front of us, patterns, We had a fake breakdown here on the 1-minute chart, liquidity grab, and now we're pushing. We've broken out of an inverse head and shoulders on SPY 1 minute. And the larger time frame, guys, is still intact. You got a light volume day ahead of a Thanksgiving holiday. You've got a very strong daily and weekly chart uptrend. You've got the dollar, which has been faded, negative. You've got a VIX being compressed. So market's technically okay. The market is technically okay. I'm just analyzing things. You got semiconductors still acting very, very well. You look at semis, we discussed that retest of that target. All right, and it's coming into there, right? You can see that neckline retest on SOXX is still in play, guys. Still coming in. It needs to go a little bit more. Often off of the retest, they like to pierce it, so we will certainly find out. But Come on, S&P, get to target, squeeze it. Google's still falling sharply. Interesting. Uranium going for another high of day. I'm surprised nuclear stocks got faded. Very surprised. They might make a bullish red to green reversal because uranium just printed a new high of day there, so it's ripping. That's up 1.1%, and uranium's actually broken out here on the hourly chart, looking to confirm the breakout on this next hourly candle. Here goes SPY. Volume is so thin today, guys. It's crazy. NVIDIA appears to have broken above the 9 and 21. Let's look at NVIDIA. Yeah, the 9 and 21 is a really good moving average to use. Still needs to get above the 7 on my simple moving average, but it looks like it's going to do so. NVIDIA's looking pretty decent still. On the 5-minute? Yeah, NVIDIA's chart on the 5-minute looks pretty decent. You know, you're trying to break out through this higher high. Look at SPY. I mean, SPY's looking really strong. NVIDIA's looking really good. Still have Google that's kind of lagging a little bit. But Apple, still seeing a little bit of chop. Amazon, looks like Amazon's going to give us another high of day break here. IWM, guys, still looking pretty strong here. Looks like IWM is forming an ascending triangle pattern. Looks very, very bullish. Nice 5-minute consolidation. So market's still okay. We got this upside target well in play. I still think QQQ above 614, so another $1.65 move to the high side is very feasible, I think, in the Qs. VIX is still getting compressed. Bitcoin really hasn't even started to perform yet, guys. QQQ back above its 20-day. Oh, crude oil inventories. I forgot. And nat gas. Nat gas still holding structure. Crude oil inventories 2.77, so it's a little worse than expected. Natural gas inventories. Where are you, nat gas? Why did I see it today? Maybe it's... Oh, it's at 12. They moved the print. This morning it was at the usual 10:30. That's weird. They moved the natural gas print a little bit later. Interesting. But crude oil inventories, let's take a quick peek. It's a little bit worse than expected, the print. Often bad fundamental prints mark a little bit of near-term lows and capitulation lows, so we'll watch that. We'll watch that for sure. Crude's just been a dog, and now we kind of know with that inventory report. That's a pretty, not really a good print if you're bullish crude, but crude has been sold into. So again, we'll see if that marks a little bit of a near-term low. Often that is the case. All right, look at uranium here, guys. URA is starting to squeeze to the upside. Again, you have to think Oklo and SMR are going to try to firm up here. They've just been absolutely bludgeoned here, down here, you would think. All right, we'll keep that QQQ. SPY's fully trending. Let's see if Qs can get on the hourly chart. A new high of day, looking likely. A little bit of selling in SPY. Still no breakout in Bitcoin. Maybe a 10-minute inverted head and shoulders on BTC. It needs to break out through 87.6 in order for the head and shoulders to trigger. So if we look at BTC's intraday chart, guys, potentially an inverse head and shoulders here. You would think it's going to trigger, especially since SPY has triggered its inverse, but you need a breakthrough 87.6-ish to kind of trigger that. So BTC could firm up here. It's looking like it might try, I would think. Very solid price action. Google's bouncing pretty hard. XYZ block, guys. Our $65 calls are ripping. We're up 3% today on the session for XYZ. One of the stronger stocks in the market. Look at this beautiful breakout on XYZ. This still has a ton of upside, guys, and we already have our calls in the money, accumulating when it was sub 60. So nothing but time on these contracts. I think gap fill, volume shelf is going to be a big area, but that's a nice breakout today. Look at that hourly peekaboo breakout. Next 50 minutes can confirm the breakout. That is stunning. Beautiful price action there on block. That was a gift. That was a gift. AMD ripping, guys. That's up 2.9%. GDX ripping still. Starbucks strong. Nat Gas still holding strength. Still got some red on the screen. Nuclear, quantum, drones. Still red on the screen. There's enough red on the screen to trend this market a little bit higher. Keep going. Keep trending the market. Keep her going. We potentially have a secondary, bigger bullish formation now building, guys. So we've triggered this little mini one. Who's to say this now isn't now going to be another bigger right shoulder formation building? And if it is, if this turns out to be a bigger right shoulder on your SPY, my oh my, we have got a move and a half brewing, guys. You know, if this turns out to be another right shoulder building, you need a little bit more time. You need like, at least 10 to 20 minutes to build this out. But we could have a bigger push into the end of the day. TP2 if triggers. Whoops. Again, we haven't triggered the second target. We've triggered the first one. But not the second one just yet. But there's a strong chance that it's trying to build. A little bit of selling coming into the market right now. Crude oil just slightly green. Bitcoin still negative. QQQ leading the charge, but just barely. All the indices are kind of neck and neck. IWM lagging a little bit. Amazon up 0.3, Microsoft up 1.63, Nvidia up 1.23, Apple slightly green. Google is still down 1.5. Meta still down 0.1 and Tesla still down 0.3. Netflix strong day up 2%. JP Morgan strong day up 1%. Financials are acting well. Very, very well. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of selling now. Got your 2-year yield still ripping. Hmm. 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 Wells Fargo very strong. Webull coming in. BTC still a little bit weak here. Good 10-minute bear flag on Bitcoin, so BTC still struggling pretty immensely here. H pattern on BTC. This is technically, if you're wanting to go long the market, this is technically where you should be scalping it on the long side. Can keep your stop somewhat tightish. Yeah, I'm still waiting for Qs to get above 614 to consider shorting it. But even then, I mean, we're putting in some fairly decent consolidation, so it could be a tough short today. They could just keep us a little bit buoyant. They might do a lot of little chop, but market's still acting okay intraday. I still think we can push. We still got that initial breakout pattern on watch, which takes us to TP1. And then we're building that right shoulder potentially for that bigger target. So technically a bullish pattern has triggered one of them, which you want to give the bulls the benefit of the doubt. Nothing wrong with the market. Nothing wrong. Dollar is softening yet again. Look at the volume. It's so light today, guys. It's so light. Very easy to manipulate. Usually it's manipulated to the upside. You're the worst with low volume days. Yeah, low volume days are typically very difficult to short. You typically don't want to short it. If you historically backtest low volume days, you'll see that majority of the time the markets grind higher. Again, so no real reaction off of the crude oil inventories, still staying pretty flat. Bitcoin's still slightly negative. Markets have still triggered bullish pattern one, guys. Upside takes us to new high of day. It looks like we're putting in another right shoulder, which if we trigger, then we have another 681 target on watch. QQQ still maintaining positive structure above its 20-day moving average. That's a very positive sign in the very short-term price action. Look at that IWM, guys, well above that high pivot, just squeezing to the upside. So now you have the IWM trying to take a little bit of leadership. SPX, guys, still coming into that upsloping trend line of resistance. So looks like they're going to try to take the markets there into that area. All right, you can see that you had initial sell side pressure and the markets look pretty trendy to me, especially when you factor in how strong this Russell is. Oh my gosh, look at that Russell, guys. V-shaped recovery. Say what? That is just a crazy, crazy chart, guys. Crazy, crazy chart. Let's look at this SPX. We'll keep our eye on it. Again, there is a shortable zone off a pierce of this trend line. And the QQQ probably around that 614 zone. Right now it's about $1 away. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Now we're watching for another inverted head and shoulders trigger, guys, an even bigger one. Again, TP1 coming into play very quickly. TP2 is about to trigger if we can get through this little neckline. Again, we told you to buy this little 1 minute gap down here. We said this was your next little buy zone. If you've been scalping it and listening to our little intraday levels, you're probably in the driver's seat of your trade. Markets are still hanging in there. Nvidia trying to push. Microsoft's still strong. Google's still weak. Meta, Tesla's still down. Lilly still a little bit negative. JP Morgan's still strong with financials. You got retail acting extremely well. Semiconductors acting well today. XYZ back up 3.31%. Push it. Comes the breakout. We breaking, we breaking, we breaking out. Second breakout of the day. Again, typically don't want to buy the breakout. You typically want to buy the pullback. Secondary target now on watch. We have a 1 minute chart breakout. Candle close in 10 seconds here. Bing bada boom. SPY trendy today. What is price target to? 680, 170-ish. 680, 170-ish. I don't know if it's going to head there. We're definitely going to hit probably TP1. Very strong chance. I don't know about TP2. If they really want to give this market a really valiant push into the holiday, sure we can. It does. We got a lot of time. I mean, it's only 11 o'clock and we're trending, putting in higher lows and soon to be another higher high. So market's certainly trendy here, guys. Definitely trending. That's a stunning breakout. Low, higher low, higher low, inverse head and shoulders, mini inverse head and shoulders, bigger inverse head and shoulders. They trying. We squeezing. Google hasn't even started to bounce yet. Meta trying to push. Semiconductor still pushing. Tesla back to the green side. QQQ back into leadership mode. IWM in second place. SPY lagging a touch. Bitcoin still negative. Dollar falling. Yield still green. Crude oil still basically flat. Nat gas still up 2.66%. Look at the squeeze. Light volume squeezer. Pushing. Rip it, rip it, rip it. Rip it, rip it, rip it. We ripping. Calls are printing. Calls are printing, guys. Holy moly. What a mover. What a mover. TP1 coming into target. Stunning breakout, guys. Look at that. Not only did we just get a breakout, but we got a new high of day on SPY. Say what? New high of day, say what? Oh my goodness. So again, this is now the next pullback to buy. We're still a little bit stretched from that 1 minute EMA. But wow, what a mover. What a mover, guys. Looking like one of those light volume trendy days, guys. Pullbacks are probably going to keep getting bought up. Look at them squeeze it. We are squeezing. SPX still looks like it can push into that trend line, guys. Let's look at SPY. SPY trend line still a little bit ways away. Let's go to the 4-hour chart. Wow. They are squeezing. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. QQQ 613.77. Qs still need to get above that high pivot, guys. It's getting close. Getting close. Very, very close. Again, this pullback is likely going to get gobbled up. Oh, it's still going to make it. It's still going to push. This is just a small pullback. You look at the move you just had, 678 to 679.70. It's almost a $2 move. Market's fine. It's still going to go higher. You're just doing a nice little back test. You might back test the breakout neckline here, but we're still okay. Market's still trendy, guys. This is a strong, strong tape. Intraday, higher highs, higher lows. Daily chart, still putting in higher lows. Dollar just imploded again. Yeah, I know you're scalping back and forth, but I still think we're going to trend. Still think QQQs. You really want to start protecting some positions when Qs are above 614.03, which we're getting there. But TP1 coming into play quickly. Quickly. And I mean, the way that the IWM's now trending too. Like, let's look at the IWM just shattered my resistance levels. Like, major sweep. I mean, the IWM could push to 247.83. That's your value area high. And then your S&P, right? It could still push into this trend line. We're getting there, but it could still go a little bit more. Looking at SPY, could still go a little bit more. And this QQQ level that we've been waiting on, right? The 614 Pierce area, 614.03. I was looking at a scalp short once you pierce into it, but it's just a quick short, like in and out. I don't think it's gonna dip like crazy, go back to gap. I think it's just a quick scalp, right? You're in and out for maybe 20 to 50%, depending on if you're in zeros or whatever. If you're in a little bit short dated, maybe like 5 to 10, or long dated, 5 to 10%. But I don't think it's going to be a major pullback. It'll just be if you're in and out, little profit taking zone. But ultimately, the market's looking decent. You got Bitcoin now trying to firm up. Look at that SPX chart, new high of day. Qs are now above that 614 area, guys. So here comes TP1. You can see this SPX also has this wide range red bar candle trending here. What a move though in the market, guys. I hope you guys were trading long. QQQ, crazy sweep, guys. QQQ, crazy sweep. Above that red bar. I'm not shorting it just yet. I think that this is this could still go here. I mean, I think probably the prudent thing. There's TP1, guys. Just fiddled to a T. Again, low volume days, Ram, or just mean that there's not many sellers present. Understanding volume trends is there's buy side pressure, there's sell side pressure. The markets always have buy side pressure because of funds, ETFs, pensions. But when there's higher volume, it means that there's also sell side pressure present. And right now, it doesn't seem like there's much sell side pressure. Hence, the market's broken out here. So a pullback to this back test of this high pivot neckline should be welcomed, but damn, strong trend. I mean, look at them squeeze this market. This is now starting to get into a short squeeze basis, guys. Thanksgiving short squeeze. People gather around the tables. They say, oh, my 401k is doing this. How's your 401k? Yada, yada, yada. Look at the dollar imploding to the downside. New low of day. Nastiness. You got the backdrop for this market to still keep pushing. Wow. Craziness. 68.15 SPX. Look at that. BTC ripping. Holy moly, guys. We are squeezing. Lots of green starting to appear on the screen again. Bitcoin. Can Bitcoin trigger a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders? Again, we should get a pullback. This has been a really solid rally. Solid. Minor pullback. Don't know whether it's going to be this first pivot high. Likely going to be that first pivot high. If not this neckline, but this market is super trendy today, guys. Super, super trendy. We could even get a 3-bar surge on the 10-minute chart, so keeping your eye on that 10-minute time frame, not a bad idea. Let's look at this SPX 10-minute. We'll keep the 1-minute SPY up. Again, I'm only going to look to short it now if we hit this high pivot here, SPX. That would be a pierce of this trend line. Market's just too strong. You got Google ripping. Yeah, market is pushing hard. Hard. We still got Google down 1%, Lilly down 0.45. Those are some big components that if they firm up, they should squeeze. Your IWM up 0.69, Qs are up 0.91. Look at the QQQ, guys. I mean, QQQ, did we not warn you about that 614.40? You're into that value area high, so it's an aggressive short, but damn, tough to short this market on this light volume session. Tough. Again, this is your shortable area, but I don't know. Something's telling me stay away. Stay away. All right, SPX is now coming into that downsloping trend line. So there is a little bit of resistance. We'll see if they want to do a peekaboo, breakout, move. Again, I don't know how much selling is going to come in even off this resistance. Might not be much. XYZ up 3.4. VIX is getting faded. Tempest, Meta back to the green side. Meta's trying to push. Looks like Meta might give us another high of day. A little bit of selling off that trend line. Not much though. Bitcoin above 87 too, trying to push. BTC should help this market. That's going to be the next asset to put some extra liquidity into this market. Bitcoin needs to break out today. It should. Ahead of a holiday. We trade anything. BTC looking a little bit better now. 87.4 and climbing. Let's see if Bitcoin can squeeze this market to the next area. Let's see if we can test this little neckline zone and give us a breakout. If BTC can break out, and it's got some momentum, guys. It is coiled. It is coiled. You know, you're looking at 88,000-ish, 89,000. A user saying puts for QQQ December 2nd. I don't know, tough short for now. You might get a micro pullback, but I don't know, this gap fill is like a magnet. I feel like they want to squeeze Qs. Yeah. You know what I think they're gonna do, guys? Markets close tomorrow. I feel like come Friday, it's a short trading session. I feel like they're gonna gap us up into this gap and then maybe sell us off. You know, that would force kind of those final bears to cover their shorts. It would cause people to now chase because we're breaking out of this downsloping trend line. So I don't know, that's just my 2 cents. A lot of people are thinking, holy shit, like this rally's gone too far too quickly. But your hourly chart still got a ton of room to run. 4-hour chart, ton of room to run. Daily chart, ton of room to run. I mean, this market's nowhere near really the swing trade short level yet. Scalping, sure thing. I mean, you look at this SPX chart, but look at what we just triggered, guys. Like I did that video yesterday on YouTube. Look at what we just triggered. It's a monster inverse head and shoulders. Monster. You know, you look at the upside target of this inverse that triggered on SPX, and sure, you might get a pullback here and there, but that's a huge breakout. 7,000 SPX. And trust me, this high volume sell that occurred out of nowhere, what the hell just happened to my charts? Okay, we're back. That high volume sell-off that occurred, that shook a lot of people out of their positions. I was so upset with that day because we were buying, accumulating, and that day I lost 30K in one day just from my longs. And it came out of nowhere. Like that shouldn't have happened that was some manipulation, kind of rug pulling it, shaking people out of their longs before we likely hit new all-time highs. Like they just obliterated. That was a high volume sell-off that came out of left field. And I was shocked with that day. I was dumbfounded. I mean, monster gap up on Nvidia earnings. Like Nvidia earnings were huge. Were crazy. I don't get bowled up on earnings too often, especially not on your megas. But I mean, Nvidia just crushed it. Absolutely crushed it. So I was shocked that it gave back all those gains. Look at BTC, guys, breaking out to the high side right now. BTC is trying to get going. New high of day for SPY. Look at that 10-minute chart breakout. Mara is still negative. That's going to go green. Bitfarm just turned green. You're going to have MSTR rip to the upside. BITO is going to be flying here. Very solid breakout there, guys. Very, very solid. I have Telegram groups. So I got an options group, I got an investing group, live trading group, and then obviously the free group that most of you are in. I don't do Discord. Telegram is a little bit more bigger, more reliable. I have Discord, I've used it, but it's Telegram's the bigger platform. Way more users on Telegram than Discord. Damn, this market is strong. Holy moly. Look at SPY, not even a pullback, guys. I mean, you're getting somewhat close here, but I still think that look at that. That's a 3-bar surge forming on your 10-minute. You never use Telegram, maybe you're old. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty crazy the amount of more users on Telegram than Discord. Telegram in 2025 reached 1 billion active users. Let's see what Discord reached. Discord users. Discord in 2025 reached 259 million. So it's almost 5 times bigger. Yeah. GDX, guys, also ripping. Holy moly. Everything is seeing green shoots, green shoots, green shoots. Look at GDX go. Gold. Look at that hourly candle on gold. Filthy. Filthy. Silver breaking out. 52 on deck. Ripper. Absolute ripper, guys. VIX still getting faded. Wow, this market is... Look at that IWM shape. I mean, talk about... Talk about people under positioning. I mean, holy moly. Again, SPX is into some resistance here, guys. This trend line is not a joke, but we're still pushing here. My oh my. My oh my. We are pushing. We are pushing. Google now participating. Bitcoin's still trying to break out. Meta trying to push now. Nvidia back up 1.4. Still off its highs. Microsoft absolutely strong today. Up 1.9%. Netflix up 1.9. Google still down 1. Meta slightly green, guys. Still pushing. Shorts are getting cooked right now, guys. Shorts are getting cooked. This is what I said. Don't short this market just yet. You know, there should be a pullback, but I don't even know how big it is gonna get. I hope you guys traded long. This is getting crazy. Getting intense, 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 intense. Never short a light volume market, especially into a holiday. That is for sure. Look at this. Maybe the pullback might be end of day, but I mean, you're getting super duper lofty up here intraday, but wow, we are still bullish, guys. I think pullbacks are going to get gobbled up. Gobbled up, guys. It's turkey. Get your gobbler. Gobble, gobble. Look how stretched we are from that 1 minute EMA. But damn. Crazy price action in the tape. Still got some stocks that are red on the screen. You figure quantum names should go green. You figure some of these space stocks should go green in this tape. Bitcoin's still trying to break out here. The TP2 is 681.70-ish. Another dollar higher. If that's the inverted head and shoulders. So we've triggered the first one, we fulfilled it. Second inverse is this left shoulder to this right shoulder. That gives you 681.70. Now, there is a parallel channel on SPY as well, 10-minute, that we're just grinding into. And you have a monster gap fill around 683.50. I mean, the way this market is setting up, guys, and we got a ton of time left still, they could squeeze SPY into gap. I would be shocked. I mean, I would be and I wouldn't be shocked. But this gap fill on SPY is still a huge magnet target. And that's at 683, but the only pattern that I see for now intraday is 681.70-ish. So maybe we form another pattern over the coming minutes. But we are still just trending here. Again, this is not a bad risk reward short zone for your SPX, but I don't know how deep we will go. Dollar's trying to put in a little bit of a bottom. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Beautiful. Good job, man. Good job. Yeah, market's still trending. Strong tape, guys. Strong, strong tape. Dollar's still getting sold, VIX still getting compressed. Nothing wrong with the chart pattern. A little extended, but light volume. So far, what, 11:30, and we're trading. What are we trading on SPY today? 20 million shares. So maybe we're gonna get 50 million. That is nothing. That is peanuts. Absolutely nothing. Look at the push. Look at the push. Markets are still trendy. Trendy, trendy, trendy. Bitcoin's still trying to break out a little bit. A little bit fragile and weak. Markets are still trendy, guys. Wow, that SPX is going for that gap, guys. We are running for the gap here. That is crazy. We're going to hit the gap today, it looks like. But we've pretty much fulfilled almost target 2 there. Look at that. TP2 fulfilled on SPY. Holy moly, guys. Calls absolutely printed. Calls, calls, calls. Printed to the upside. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's lagging. I still think there's going to be some stocks that are going to firm up here. You know, you still got weakness in Mara, you still got some weakness in uranium, Rigetti, Quantum. There's still some names that I think are going to push. That's why this market, you know, after a bit of consolidation, can actually still push higher. I think you're going to get those higher beta stocks to squeeze into the afternoon session. I think they're kind of forcing people to chase other things, and then when other things take a breather, that's when they're going to pump it up. What time frame on the left-hand side? That's the hourly. That's the hourly SPY chart. 4-hour hourly. Thanks, Ram. Dixie still selling off here, guys? Yeah, I still think that there's probably a little bit more upside. I mean, we're getting stretched here intraday, but the larger time frame trend is still okay. I mean, you're just obliterating shorts now. You're going to get people having to chase price action. I wouldn't chase the long side yet. I would let it dip back into. It's tough here. It's tough. I mean, they could just dip us a little bit and then rip us into gap. I mean, hourly chart on SPY obviously getting a little extended, but we're still acting okay. Technically, if the market's going to maintain its higher lows intraday off this pullback, you want to kind of buy back into this little 680.50 support zone. But it's tough to chase, guys. That's why I was saying you had multiple opportunities to get long here. You had it off of this gap fill that we discussed, and then you had it off of this consolidation zone. So I don't even know where the next long level is, to be honest, with this move. All I know is that dip buyers are still coming in. Volume is still light. But if we were to dip into the 1-minute EMA, I'd be a buyer down there. But aggressive traders can kind of buy into this lower pivot here. A retrace of this breakout move. 680.33, a 382 retest might not be bad. But we've pretty much had a magnificent rally, guys. That's a wonderful rally. It's almost a $5 move. The only negative about today's intraday, you got a bit of a negative divergence building on your 10-minute, but it doesn't mean we're going to have to see a big sell. Could, but it's not a guarantee. Yeah, calls dripped. Yep. Yeah, crypto stocks are certainly acting a little bit different. Again, you still have to factor in BTC is still in a nasty little larger time frame downtrend. That's why people are scared of crypto right now, right? BTC, although it's bounced over the last couple days, I mean, you still look at it, it's just been bludgeoned from the highs. So It's gonna really need a take. I think where people will slap the buy on crypto is when BTC takes out this high, this 89K high. I think that's when you'll see a whole bunch more liquidity come into the crypto trade. So, I think it's close. It's certainly close. BTC's trying, but it just hasn't given us that confidence move, right? You got lots of liquidation still happening under the hood, but it's getting close. Here's this EXEL chart, guys. A very strong breakout today out of a nice bull flag pattern. It's got quite a bit more upside in the tank, I think. I'm in the $45 next year calls, May. I've been in them really since down here. We've been trading this range breakout. Get open here, open door, consolidating. Lululemon. Jeez, I can't type today. Lululemon making another attempt at its high range, guys. Lulu could be ready to going for that 200, 206 gap. I've been patient with that stock. I still like it. I still like Lulu. Strong day for Nike today. Nike trying to get a bullish 7 and 20 MA crossover, looking a little bit better. Again, Chipotle continues to firm itself up off of the lows. CMG looks like it's going to do a 3-bar surge, so acting much, much better. Starbucks trying to go to the high of its range, almost looking like it's ready to break out of this W formation. Starbucks could easily press to $100 come 2020, mid 2026. So S-Bucks is looking pretty decent here. Quantum stocks are still lagging today, guys. IonQ, QBTS, Rigetti, they're all just a little bit fragile. Serve Robotics having a stellar day. SERV ripping to the upside. This SYM just continues to surge. Look at Symbotic go, guys. Holy moly. What a mover. Natural gas inventories come out, I think, are they at 12 or 12:30? Nat gas inventories. I think they're very, very soon. 1 minute nat gas inventories, guys. 1 minute. Let's see what this is going to do. So expectation for nat gas inventories is a drawdown of 5 billion. Drawdown of 5 billion, guys, for nat gas inventories. Let's see what happens. 1 minute till showtime. Bitcoin yet again trying to break out. Nat gas inventories bigger than expected. Drawdown of 11 billion, 6 billion cubic feet extra drawdown for natural gas. So higher than expected demand for natural gas. So nat gas implying a little bit more demand than what the market consensus was expecting. We'll see if that's support. That should in theory support higher price, but it's already up 2.87% today. It's had a really solid run into this report, so we'll see what it does here. Let's see, it's still underneath its 7-day moving average. If you dip down to pre-market low, it's an aggressive buy. PM low is an aggressive buy. Bitcoin now trying to move, guys. BTC trying to get going. Seeing that gas initial reaction is so far down. It's still up 2.61%, acting very, very well. But definitely the initial reaction a little bit lower. All right, nat gas is pretty lackluster. We'll keep watching this S&P 500. It's still trending. Still trying to trend, guys. Higher lows, higher highs. Strong tape. All right, be right back. We got Bitcoin trying to make a push here, guys. BTC through pre-market high, triggering that inverse head and shoulders, trying to confirm this breakout in 4 minutes, attacking prior day high. We are looking a little bit better in crypto land. Rip it, Bitcoin. Rip it, BITO. Catching some volume, breaking out through prior day high. So crypto's looking somewhat better, guys. Somewhat better right now. BTC moving. BTC moving. Breakout on Bitcoin. Look at the squeeze, guys. Bitfarm going green. Mara still negative. Mara call options probably are good to go here, guys. $11 calls, buying in the money are probably an easy slam dunk trade. But BTC ripping, breaking out. Send it. Excuse me. Mara moving. Mara moving. Bitcoin still squeezing. Here we go, guys. BTC getting some serious price action right now. I love it. Rip it. Rip it. BITO breaking out. Coco? Let's see what Coco is doing. Yeah, Coco is down sharply. It's triggered a daily chart head and shoulders. I'm just doing some work on Coco for you there, Cuscus. You're also seeing uranium stocks, guys. Nuclear stocks trying to make a push here. SMR, Oklo. Oklo looks like it's going to test prior day high, 89.41. SMR looks like it could test 19, even the high of day around 1925-ish. S&P squeezing, Bitcoin squeezing. Everything is a party. Squeeze, 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 squeeze it. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. New high of day incoming on SPY. Look at that beautiful 1 minute inverted head and shoulders that we're about to break out of, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness gracious me. New target once we pull back, break out. We got 682.50 on deck. 682.50, guys. 682.50 is your new upside target for SPY today based off of this little bit of a 1 minute inverse. And if we head to 682.50, what are the chances we heading to that massive gap fill going all the way back to that bearish November 12th breakdown? We ripping. We ripping. We are ripping. We are squeezing. Look at BTC going, guys. Good night. BTC ripping. Look at BTC, guys, roaring, soaring and roaring. Bitcoin is now leaving the station. This looks pretty strong, guys. Look at that beautiful inverted head and shoulders triggering on BTC. Big breakout. Big, big breakout. Rip it. Rip it. Mara, all of a sudden, turning the corner just when everyone was like, why is not Mara? Boom, Mara, last 30 minutes, high volume, new high of day, breaking out to the upside. You got Bitfarms trying to squeeze to a new high of day. Crypto is looking A-OK once again. MSTR triggering a bullish formation. Look at that BTC pump, guys. It's going vertical. It's going vertical. Get the high speculation liquidity back in the market. Yes, please. Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Bum, 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 bum. All right, SPY, a little bit of a peekaboo breakout. Still seeing Bitcoin holding right under that 90K threshold. S&P 500 is still acting extremely bullish. Now you got nuclear stocks starting to perform. You got crypto stocks starting to bottom out here. I'm expecting quantum stocks, your high crypto computing software stocks to start to firm up here. So you're getting a lot more buy side pressure in some of the names that have been lagging. Bitfarm's now at 4.6, SoFi. Cypher Mining, Hood is ripping, BMNR is ripping now, MSTR, Mara. So again, a lot of those stocks that have been lagging in your markets are firming up quite nicely. Am I playing soccer this week? I'm not playing, but I'm watching Champions League today. Got AS Monaco in the background. I got Arsenal Bayern Munich. Play today for top spot in the Champions League. Let's go Gunners, man. Bayern's tough though. Damn, Bayern's good. They've been our nemesis for quite a long time. Every time we face them, we seem to get run over. They pretty much run over everyone. But I'm watching Champions League today. That's for sure. I'll watch soccer on the weekend as well. Not playing today, but gonna be watching. Are you playing? 2 hours? Yeah, I'm watching in 2 hours for sure. For sure. I gotta head out soon for a little bit, do a couple errands, watch this. So I'm gonna leave the stream here. Probably be back for a power hour. But definitely, you broke your collarbone. Damn, that's nasty. Sorry to hear about that. That's awful. That's a sore one. Yeah, definitely let that recover. Let that recover for sure. Rams asking, I'm interested in SPY 683 puts 10 to 12 days expiry. Your thoughts? 683. So you're buying in the money. Um, I don't mind it. I just think that SPY wants and SPX want that gap fill. We're so close. I mean, there's a ton of resistance here. Don't get me wrong. This isn't a small resistance level, and you would favor a pullback. But I just don't know if the pullback's going to come today. I think they're going to close the markets strong today, gap them up on Friday, and then sell them off on Friday. That's what I could see happening. So I'm being patient with puts. I'm not so eager to short this market. I know we've had a very lofty run and it's very tempting. I'm just being patient. We still have the tailwinds in place for more squeezing. We still have a weak crude oil, a weaker dollar, weaker VIX. Ever thought about being an agent? Like a scout, an agent? I have not, but I do love it. Big passion. I've played soccer's been my number one primary sport all my life. Played it as a kid. All the way into men's beer leagues. But never thought about it. I don't even know how. Oh, I talked to the players and the clubs, an agent. Interesting. Um, no, I've never thought about it. I don't even know how to become one. I feel like you got to know people in the business these days, and I really don't know anyone. I know of them, but I don't know them. But it would be pretty cool. I'd love to be around a sport. That's also another dream job, just to be around the game all day long. Inside scoop. It's evolution, yeah. Get in touch with Messi. I got to get through Messi's bodyguard first. That guy's always got his back. But yeah, get in touch with Messi. Maybe I'll go to Saudi Arabia with Ronaldo. That's also going on. MLS playoffs. That's going to be interesting. Inter Milan just destroyed. Oh, I'm forgetting them. Was it Philly? No. Who the heck did they just play? I can't even remember. But they destroyed them. I don't know what that news candle was. Seems to be from probably the auction that just U.S. Baker Hughes rig count. Beige book, that's a little bit later. I'm not too sure what that news candle was, guys. But that was pretty filthy. Damn, they did people dirty there. Big shakeout there. Big shakeout. Holy moly. What the heck was that? How Google's new. I still don't really see anything. If anyone sees any news, feel free to put it in the chat. I don't know what that was about, but that was pretty nasty. Pretty nasty, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know what that was, but there was no real technical setup there. That was news. They would have printed for sure, but that's a very, very, very weird candle. I don't know what the news is. I still don't really see anything. I'm looking across your megas. So Google's acting okay. Nvidia's okay. Apple's coming in pretty hard. Microsoft's starting to come in. I'm still not too sure what that dump was, guys, but it was a very, very weird, weird sell-off there. Not too sure what the heck happened. Tesla okay. Amazon. All your megas are okay. Amazon took a pretty hard down move there. Again, there was nothing really technically there. BTC barely fell. Seeing Amazon took a really decent dip. IWM right back to the highs, so yeah, we hit 90K on thing. It was I don't know. Seemed like that was a news. That's definitely a news candle. I just don't know what it is. I don't see anything across my feed yet. But your Russell's pushing right back to the highs. BTC pretty much right back to the highs. So things are still okay, even with that dump. I looked across mega cap tech. Really nothing fell too sharply other than Amazon. So again, not too sure what the heck that was. All right, guys, I'm going to be back for power. I will take a little bit of a break. We'll see you a bit later, guys. Ciao, ciao. Okay, so a little bit of a sell side program into the end of the day here, it seems. Again, markets still had a very strong session. Google's bounced pretty sharply. Tesla's still up 1.42. Financial's still very, very strong. IWM looking to close the day the strongest. The Russell 2000, the most elevated. Stunning, stunning price action. A little bit of selling here into the close. Not much, just a touch. We'll see if it starts to speed up at all. Don't expect it to, but a very, very solid session. Hopefully you guys are all able to make some money today. We'll just trade up all of these. Again, we still have an upper. If this pattern can break out here, it can still head to about 682. Not today, but tomorrow again. Remember, the markets are closed. Markets are closed tomorrow. And then Friday, we have a shortened trading week. Google's trying to put in a little bit of an island reversal there. Interesting. Anybody see Bitfarms? Bitfarm made a really, really good move there. Look at that rally intraday. Stunning. Stunning push. Bitcoin has broken out, guys. 4-hour chart breakout. Solid price action. Today, very, very good move. BTC finally joining a little bit of the party, and it's got potentially a lot of room to run. SMR is really firmed up off of the lows, breaking out here into end of the day, going for a high of day press again, even with the market falling a little bit. Uranium has been very, very strong. Good big bear, QS. A little bit of a sell side program coming into the end of the session here. So again, look at the volume today, guys. Super light on the session. 57 million shares traded today. It's really our lowest volume candle since kind of your October time frame here. But solid session for the bulls. Good to be long once again. Still think that the indices have moved up very quickly. I think you're going to have a lot of individual stocks play a bit of catch up. So really the market's chopped after you made that 1140 high. Pretty much stayed in the same vicinity. Tried having a little bit of breakout there, big rejection, a little bit of selling here to close, but no, I closed those. I closed all those bit farms. Again, it's probably going to stay firm here. The $3 calls, they did get in the money. I closed them. Again, if you want to leave some on the table, you could still get some more upside price target pressure. You know, you have triggered an inverse head and shoulders here on bit farms. BTC has broken out. You can see that this inverse head and shoulders on the bit farm hourly chart does take you a little bit higher to about 330. And then you have that big Fibonacci retrace zone on your daily chart at 333. So from this high to this low. So I still think that there's quite a bit of upside, potentially setting up a nice 1, 2, 3 bar surge here on the daily. So I at least think the 20-day moving average can be tested, but I'm no longer in them. Guys, that's the market session. Very strong performance. IWN and NASDAQ, QQQ closing the session up 0.89% equally strong. S&P up 0.68% on the session. So good job if you're able to trade with us on the long side today. You know, it was a pretty nice trending session right from that dip when we converted that, created that inverted head and shoulders pattern that I identified very early on in the day. But nevertheless, thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts a little bit later.